Hmm. Okay then. Alright, let's go. Oh, whoops. I accidentally saved again. There we go. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders by now. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Okay, hold on. There we go. Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this. Sorry. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone sees us gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Huh. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I couldn't just get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to, sorry. So I slipped down and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Windybank's place, and I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Gina still talking. Sorry. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. And that's why he lied. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in Lou with Windybank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's. I just had to know whether it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea that was all gonna kick off, did I? Hey Cena, how you doing? So I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the old lamp oil kind of a bit of wick. That's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! Nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. You're the girl who's in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for a robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it there? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or another. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's there, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Maud, for pity's sake. Stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Charles wasn't lying, after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you, and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I'm back in the storeroom, and he says, straight in my ears in the dark, to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out into the store myself when... Bang! Whoa, 2 shots! I had a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then, there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winnipeg might come for you. Yeah, so I wanted to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnipeg was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, that cove was there in the, the cove, was there in the afternoon. That Edgar Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Edgar looks like a JoJo's character. Honestly, especially with like the eccentric posing he does. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nerado. Yes. Let me trust me. I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and Mick Gilden, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer! No. I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. So you're saying you killed someone? I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would, believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runa. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris! We know you better than you think. And we come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Gina Lestrada and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I know only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Shit, looks like I'm gonna go 2 to 3 in the morning to finish this game off. Fuck. Fuck. You know this is gonna take a long ass time. Fuck. I gotta go to 2 or 3 in the morning for this. I can't just stop here. Or can I? Oh boy. Okay, wait, before... Oh god. Oh god. Because right now it's just past midnight. Oh fuck. Because if I continue... Oh god. You know, in a way, I'm kind of glad that I started a little bit late. But at the same time, if I started like at least somewhat earlier, maybe we could have done this in one session. Oh, I hate being in this position, man. Hey Natty, how you doing? I'm debating whether or not I want to continue this right now because it is just past midnight. And because of how long I assume this section will be, I'd be here till like 3 in the morning. from the last part of this trial to the ending credits and all that stuff. No sleep? Ah, F me. Oh, because I want to see the ending just as much as you guys do. Oh my god. Go to bed if I feel like it. I mean, in terms of how sleepy I feel, I don't really feel sleepy. But I can't exactly ignore the time of night it is. Oh. In which case you might miss the ending. Oh. Fuck it, we'll do it, we'll do it. If I go at 3 in the morning, we'll go at 3 in the morning. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. Also, actually, let me just use the restroom real quick, if we're gonna be here for a while. I feel like this is my last chance for a water break. So, I'm gonna go get some water. Probably splash some water on my face to wake me up a little more. And then we'll finish this. So, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick and be right back. Alright, I am back. Oh, sorry it took a while. Oh shit! My water! I forgot in the hallway. Okay, now I am back. With water in hand. And hopefully there will be enough water to carry through the rest of this trial at night. It's okay, let's continue. Let me get the mouse cursor out of the way. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Oh, yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried method to be used as evidence in my ruin. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. But, my lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Oh, thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. What a witness stand we have. Oh, thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashby Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond the joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Oh my god, this guy. Naturally, I have an occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I had no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouth detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the line to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in some time for afternoon tea. Some small consolidation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so, Ashby Graydon, enchanté. So... Huh? I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding your fleshy hat while we do. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you—
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not give anything away. This could be tricky. Greg's dead. Why, yes.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I had to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Bruh, I'm on a study tour here.
Hold it!
Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Japanese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Damn. You will fulfill the obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim blah 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 blah.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Tis! Now we are in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, Mr. Skulkin, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Why not had it up to here with this? How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? Go blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? My thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking. If it was, If he waves his arm around like that much before, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. Go on. What wound? We took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. I was, well, you know, I was worried for him. And... Oh. Oh, Elle's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. So why are you clutching your arm like that? We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obligated to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing, you claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winniebank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's, formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Dude, oh my god. It's so hot in my room, like, I filled my cup with ice water. Like, half the cup is ice. It all melted already. Oh my god. At least the water's still cold. Man, all the ice is gone already. It's only been a few it's only been like, what, 10 minutes? Gotta love how crappy my room is with the heat and circulation. Oh, man. Well, the bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. About that.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection.
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Yeah, come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Was even he being intimidated? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Gregson, come on! What kind of hold does he have over the Scotland Yard? What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. Gregson! What the fuck? What's going on here? Gracie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed at Windy Banks. Yes, of course. Indeed. And the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Resemblance my ass, it's the exact same fucking person. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony? What will happen? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Sculpin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Okay, so we're gonna present the redemption ticket.
Objection!
Oh wait, was it? Wait. Oh no, wait, I'm saying wait, no, cause Gina had it, right. Right, I don't know, that's what I was like, wait, Gina had it. So then... Let me see this real quick. User used the back of this photograph to write our redemption ticket. Written very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper. No, so there's not really. I mean, look at the time too, it's not really relevant. I'm guessing it's just this then, because if it wasn't the redemption ticket and we're gonna go, because I thought like we're gonna go into the brief thing about the whole overcoat thing, but I mean I guess it's the music box.
Objection!
Yeah. That was my second guess. Because I mean the overcoat could have segued into the music box thing, because like you were looking for this overcoat in particular and tried to take it away from Miss Lestrade. But what you were after wasn't the overcoat, but what was in the pockets of the overcoat. Namely, this music box disc. That's how I thought the thing would have gone, damn it, come on! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is this supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, it was only from abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. Could you, by chance, let us see your thumb? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person trying to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you intended to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking the item, an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell us the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGill and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGillett himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGillet's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on this saying for McGillet, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. And so you see, I have little need to make use of services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. For £1. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in his pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, for McGilden. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city. I was interested to discover that he had shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. So we're willingly covering up her crime too.
Hold it!
So you were saying that Mr. Strahd lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent,
Objection!
Mr. Strahd did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You come to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGillicuddy's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. And I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, and that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He'll say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGillicuddy as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGillicuddy's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly! You should all know about that! Magnus McGillicuddy, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Oh? Lord Chief Justice, what are you hiding? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Oh, bullshit! He's hiding behind Chief Justice? What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you had seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. The valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac? In that case, it's clear. Then you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillicuddy's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, You may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there's nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilda slipped the disc into his pocket coat, or coat pocket, and pocket coat, and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it that Witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. So the police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilda as well. That's why Inspector Grayson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Griggsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Graydon is lying in his testimony. No reason. No. The man he defended in court a couple months ago. Rather mistakenly defended. What's his name doing on the back of this disc? That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. We analyzed this before. Mr. Benedict's fingertip. On that afternoon in Windybanks, Gino tried to snatch the disc out of the man's hand. Sharp little bumps cut his thumb. Let go quickly. Don't snatch things, surely. No reason to break into the shop later that same night. He used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. Very neatly. Ran out of paper. Did he use anything on hand? Okay. No, it's the same thing. Obviously the armband, but okay. Okay, so they said this was taken into police custody, so there's no reason to really, or I don't think there's much reason to present this. Cute cat. No reason. Later that same night. Later that same night. So we know that we already know that he's there, and he got shot through the arm. So what could he? It wouldn't be the manuscript, huh? They wouldn't really know much or anything about that. But then And, well, it's not like we can really use this because they wrote this evidence off as not reliable, being not an officially recognized, like, forensics method, basically. So this is kind of out of the question. So basically, everything out so far, obviously armband. Irrelevant, 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 irrelevant. I mean, the code's already gone, so there's no point to really present this. The case notes about the omnibus murder, not really relevant. And then the government secrets being leaked. Excuse me. Being leaked to foreign agencies, irrelevant. Autopsy, irrelevant. Irrelevant, irrelevant. No reason to break in, these two are pretty irrelevant. Let's see, this is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yeah, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Obviously, he has nothing to do with Charles's pouch. Can we see any comment about the vials themselves? Let's see. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powders show up where people have touched things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify the smell lingering on an object. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. Oh, which explains the burn marks. Mr. Charles is a walking bomb! He's passionate about finding the truth, or just oblivious to the dangers. So then...
Hold it!
Seized by the police that afternoon. Oh wait. Oh wait. Right, wait. Actually, yeah, sorry, my memory is failing me for a bit. Sorry. I completely forgot. This over here, the small box was also something that McGilded deposited back when. I apologize for that. That kind of slipped my mind. That I'm pretty sure they said that it was McGilded that showed this. So no, this is the relevant article. Sorry about that.
Objection!
So this disc was deposited at Windy Banks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again! And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. Small details can be forgotten. Like, I kind of wish that I kind of wish that they specified that this was from McGilded here. Like, I kind of wish they specified, like, just that little extra note, like, oh yeah, it was McGilded that deposited this. I kind of slipped my mind. It's been a while since we learned about that little detail. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh. This is a second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fella needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Whoop. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. You'll be less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Oh, yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, but using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once The other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGill's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, or 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items on the shopfront. Now what I have here is a print of print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Wait, I'm gonna need the side-by-side here. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Dude, this game will spot the difference. Oh, I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Okay, wait. I'm gonna go cross my eyes real quick. Wait, hold on. I need to like sit straight, facing the. Wait, how do I want to focus this? I think I'll try blending the music boxes together, or like the little things over here. So that's where I'll try to cross them together. Wait. God damn it. Man, I was I started to do the eye crossing thing. Wait. Okay, wait. I mean, I think we can obviously see at this point. this box is to the right, this one's to the left. But man, I just want to do the eye crossing trick because like they want you to use the 3DS's like 3D gimmick to find it yourself. But it's because it kind of strains my eyes a little bit just trying to cross it together like this, so I can't do it that easily compared to just like flipping around like the 3D lens or whatever on your 3DS. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard we considered that as one possible motive in this case. We explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that is exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. So was the box in question even locked? I might have been able to break him down at least, or at last. You know what, Runa? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Point it out. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box! Let me wait. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. This looks so stupid. This looks so stupid. Where's the judge? I need to see him. Oh my god, I can't. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windybanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints?
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? Well, the crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Rabble, 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 rabble. The stare down. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Japanese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilden from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilden perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend, and his most insightful defense. Gina, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do you dirty, but you're gonna have to come clean about your perjury. I'm sorry, Gina, if we're gonna prove this man to be guilty, you're gonna have to come clean about 2 months ago. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make such a... I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make a lot of sense. Not as if it was gold or jewels, was it? Oh, goodness knows, Mr. McGill was rich enough. He had to possess a cash item. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or music box are in any way tangible, or are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilden's true character, and we know that the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. When we explain that all to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilden's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything. But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it you always say, Runa? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Sorry, Gina, we're gonna do you dirty. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Nah. Gina, we'll have to do you dirty, I'm sorry. But, I mean, you committed yet another crime yourself. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGild's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. You don't even have your hat on, dude. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runa. The articles that Mr. McGill had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. So hold on. Okay, now I think I know what's bothering me. I think my allergies are bothering me. My eyes are getting all irritated and stuff. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are. We all are again, the same players in the trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Japanese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. And at the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed, under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runa now. Iris, we're on your side.
Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus are secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker Cole was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof, when they call the slops. Slops? That's when McGillis slipped the driver, some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing of no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous! What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated in error in McGilda's trial. Sounds very much to me if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. And McGilda fellow was brought into the court just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. Hey, we're the ones bringing this up. You're wrong. The lot of you, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there. He didn't know about nothing. Or he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord.
Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. How to dig our graves to the other side of the earth. That's how far we're going.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats.
Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
What are these two talking about?
Excuse me.
Is this something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I got anything to say about, you think I got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time we've been cross-examining Gina. It's almost as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. Dude, what were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Okay. I don't get why they introduced this so late, because this is something that this is something I asked for during the course of case 4. Being able to pursue people without that glaringly obvious, like, oh, with the exclamation mark, like, on someone. Like, it could have been there if it was, like, an extremely obvious tell for some, like, very obvious giveaways, but then as we go deeper, then they become less and less apparent, and then you actually have to pursue them once they actually look like they're up to something suspicious, or when their expressions change. I don't get why, like, this hasn't really been present until now.
Hold it!
Was it just you saw this disc?
Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilda picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at the time?
He told me not to say a word about what I seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too.
But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed.
Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe.
That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled out the horses and got Mr. McGillian and me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran out to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. And I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Did you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it is gonna be worth a few bob.
Bob?
Yes, you were sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price of that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. And the driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. And then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he told.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
He said that if I didn't show up to get the ticket off, said that if he didn't show to get a ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before they arrive with the police, it makes no sense at all.
It would seem there would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I left before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ladies really put her faith in you, Runa. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So we need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
Okay, so we're not getting any supplemental testimony. Let's go through one more round of pressing again. Let's see. Now in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord.
That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot.
What were they talking about?
Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They got talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. No. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Strahd. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGillis took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Well, I don't understand why yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGillis' coat and his contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Oh, why not, eh? They were gonna be forfeited. Why should I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Mr. McGillis was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be. Eh? Ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh, is it gonna be a music box so I can actually play this disc? It would have to be. The mysterious little box deposited by McGillis 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Oh my god, we're gonna be here till like 4 in the morning. Ah! See, things are heating up. Hey, Bryce. Oh my god, we're gonna be here till 4 in the morning. This is gonna be one hell of a bot to upload. Definitely just gonna... This case is a bit longer. Fuck me, I should have stopped at midnight! Hey, Askell. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGillis 2 months ago. Also, if anyone who's seen the rest of Case 5, how much longer would this take, assuming you narrate over everything? And assuming that I don't fumble on my objections for too long. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop... Oh, sorry. See, on the night... Let's see, the only item... Small ball... okay. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGillis' disc, deposited at Windybanks at much the same time. Tough question, 1 to 1.5 hours, maybe even 2. Okay, 2.5 hours it is. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGillis' disc.
It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake. I want you to understand that the brickmaster was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilden. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Oh, good grief! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are... they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now, you can't... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. It's Morse code. Dots and dashes. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret. A court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Consul? No! Juror number 5, help us out here. You work with the guy, you know Morse code. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Yes. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It sounds as if Gregson recognizes the sound and he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Japanese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? The defense's belief is that the sound emanating from this is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runa.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing are necessarily music. Well, now you've told us what they're not.
I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Japanese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed arguments. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't really know Morse code, so he's... I bet he's racing to figure out, like, how to even think about Morse code and ask juror number 5 to translate for us. Runa, I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Some things just struck me, Runa. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I heard another sound very much like this, like the one this music box makes. Oh my god, please get to the point. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is in fact not music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, is all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Japanese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, I'm going to join all the dots together. The evidence explains that the true nature of the sounds on this music box is... Okay, so I'm guessing out of all the things, I think it just means this.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work? You like that they automatically go for her? I mean, it's already been established that she works at the same place as the current witness on the stand, Mr. Graydon. And she's been, like, curiously tapping away as she's taking notes, like, during the trial. I mean, she's just doing this to record all the testimony, just like she was doing with the typewriter, but in the form of Morse code for some freaking reason. So now, and a particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We are not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Now tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? She's not tapping in rhythm. You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Or are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? How much information can you store on that little thing? Order! Order, please! Please, everyone, order, but this is high treason, council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nation would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, it was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Mr. McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands that the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. And the witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny is the trial, or in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker Mr. Windybank. That being a most, flagitious? I don't know, offense, for which the law, of this land sanctions a capital punishment. You like that Van Zieks is actually working with us on some of these points? Oh yeah, because like, despite how biased he is toward us, at least given his, discrimination towards the Japanese, he really does want to get to the heart of the matter, the actual truth. It's just that, yeah, I don't know. But the heinous crime of act treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Excuse me? You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's not Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell at our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Gregson, I'm so sorry you have to deal with this bullshit. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded, or with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to. If we known there was a dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. Skokin. Well, Mr. New Governor, what's up? I want to take it that you now admit to the crime. And on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Kinda dumb. Yeah. You think Mr. Graydon would get, like, smarter criminals and not these clowns? We did, Gov, we did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. So did they explain how both the calendar got shot as well as Sholmes despite single bullet, 2 targets? I mean, you also got to keep in mind that it was a 3rd bullet too. The bullet that went into Mr. Windybank, the bullet in the calendar, and the bullet in the leather pouch were the vials that Mr. Sholmes had near his waist. Yeah, we explained part of it so far, but we're still trying to get to the heart of the matter of who it really was that shot Windybank. So we established that there are two guns, 1 bullet fired each, but a 3rd bullet was found. So we're still trying to like pin that on Graydon, but not just yet. We need him to open up enough for us to actually pin it.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Or, oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is a team leader. Oh, okay. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idol, stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees can't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. Dude, you are digging your own grave, and this is the first statement. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. He's received the top prize in the ciphering cracking convention 5 years ago, or 5 years in a row now. Bruh. Bruh. Oh my god. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent listening to that music box right in a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones? Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by the music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. Listen to the timing, you fool! But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Oh, come on! Bruh. Like, juror number 5, help us out here! You know Morse code! You can tell by the timing of the stupid notes. Like the short intervals are dots and the long intervals are dashes. Come on! You could help us out, cut all this short by telling us what the freaking message, although that is government secrets, but like, come on! Did you just say 2 tones? Yeah, but you can go, like, you can try to tell the dashes by the fact that it's like a time gap in between 2 notes versus short gaps. She says it ain't Morse code. Oh, fine. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Not aspirations, aspersions. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could this still be something I haven't considered? This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Oh yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb, with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that each one produces a different note. But this comb is very strange, all the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it's strange. The music box I can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Oh, what is it, Runa? I just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Bamboozled. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would play back at the same time. Sholmes! Sholmes, we need you! You have a copy! You made one with the caramel bars! As the mold! Sholmes! Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. Sholmes copied the one I already have though. Maybe it played something different on the underside with both of them in hand? Well, I don't know. Sholmes has something we can use. The belief is that that's the belief of the defense at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Japanese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, and I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could be used to decipher, or could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Got it!
Yes, this is it then. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's alright. I was rushing. I forgot to press examine to uncover it, and then okay, shut up. Whoops. It kind of bothers me how you have to take the extra step. I'm like, okay, that was my bad for rushing. Shut up.
Hold it!
You know, I really wish they would stop beating around the bush for some of this stuff. And just like, come on. It's like, what is this, a button? Yes, let me push in, let me show you what's under. It's like, come on, please. I wish they'd be more thoughtful about this stuff, it's so dumb.
Objection!
Can I get my point back though? Come on, this is the exact same thing that we just did in the car record, please. There. Ah.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds will both play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, the Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond the joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Yeah, Sholmes, we need you. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing to do whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runa. You reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago on the omnibus, Mr. McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. And Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seemed he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. We have nothing more to add on that note. Turn to the witness testimony. Okay, so I might have to present something on this statement, but let's press the rest.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? See, that's it, yeah, who else, eh? Silly me, thought he was just popping over for a natter, after all them years. Well, the writer had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash! Let me stop you there, Mrs. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Well, a sociable kind of baddies, you know? Well, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mrs. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy, you look at him now, in his, sorry. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy, whistle and flute, and you wouldn't, Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always the leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always come up with smart ideas like what, never would have gone through our heads. Oh blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember, Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow?
Sure. My lord.
Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add.
Say no more, us Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must have been a catch.
I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what?
Milverton? The name of the business?
So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs, like you, Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the moment or mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because if it weren't the happiest of homes that one came from, yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, so his wife walked out on him. Dude, the apples are generated. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. They get their apples from the same shop as Grayson's fish and chips. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at some point or at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born as Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago,
and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers.
Hold it!
So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't plan on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did break into Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But then the truth is, you were planning to break into Windy Bank's all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windy Banks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. And it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I could tell you. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Oh, whoops. Do I present something here? Considering Graydon and Skulkin brothers have been proven to be lying, won't they both be guilty of perjury regardless of how this goes down? Right, pretty much, I guess. I mean, same with all the other Ace Attorney games, all the witnesses, all the culprits, the innocent witnesses themselves, or sort of innocent witnesses themselves, all commit perjury all the freaking time. It's like, wait, there's an inconsistency here. It's like, he told me to say it. It's like, so perjury then. But regardless of the threat, perjury, or I mean, you can just pick holes at the justice system in the Ace Attorney games because it's all kind of bullshit. I was like, here's this piece of evidence I didn't tell you yet. It's like, huh? I was like, why did you tell us from the start? Because it didn't, because I needed to come up to undermine your arguments. Okay. Ace Attorney games in a nutshell. Oh. Mason Milverton. Oh. Huh. Nah, it can't be this.
Objection!
Oh. So, wait. Okay, hold on. Wait, you don't want me to present it like that? Wait, how do you want me to present that? I have no relation. Oh, okay. So going back to this thing. Okay. My bad.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. Nah, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now know to have been the man who we now know, who we now understand, to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name is, or was, Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaster, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The court... Sorry. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Rabble. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By the dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as is presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given this scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had pawned in there, or had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated by using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. The wound on his arm opened. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, Mayo China. Mayo China? Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was the fool to think I couldn't trust some common, backslum thieves. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. To hell you go then. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been one that caught... must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank last night is you!
Hold it!
You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. The very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... what? Order! Well... it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon.
Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. Oh, whoops. So he's not committing perjury to save himself? He's admitting to a lesser crime so that he wouldn't be put to death for high treason? If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Although those ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in black as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw that the blood splattered all over that wretched girl. Excuse me? Oh wait, do we not have, Gina's... Oh. Because remember, we sprayed the thing on Gina, and the entirety of McGilded's coat was covered in blood. So then, how would you know about the blood splatter on that black coat? Or very dark coat. I'm not sure it was black or not. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Okay. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. She had a gun in her hands. Yeah. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! What good is getting rid of one gun when you're still holding the other? Let's just poke holes in his argument now. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runa. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Oh my god. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Bop. But it's purple. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That's stains from 2 months ago. Unfortunately, we can't assert that it matches the blood of Mr. Mason since they kind of discredited this method of blood analysis, since it's not officially recognized, so we're kind of fucked in that regard. That's Mr. Mason's blood, from when he was stabbed by by McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overrule. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Counsel. Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Oh, of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybag emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway. Excuse me. My eyes running over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. But the broker went for Nash in the first place. Can we pursue this?
Excuse me.
Nah. Okay, let's get back to that previous thing.
Hold it!
And Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assume they can handle the situation. Funny but irrelevant? No, that was just a generic thing. They're always, I guess they're just always sweating. Compared to Graydon and Gregson, like both with their backs to the court whispering to each other in secret. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help a little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that made him a scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. So we go.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were brawling. It was exactly that moment it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would be still bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybag intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And he scuppered through that door out the back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the store's door is a solid jaw, made out of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not lately, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnipeg take place. Inside the store, I can see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. That girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then? What do you see next?
Hold it!
Yes. When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. As we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm and... Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun, was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes,
Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, well, the coat being such a dark color. Was there any evidence the bullet entered the back and not the front? I mean, it's the very autopsy report like that we have right here. Like, we've established this like right away. The bullet entered from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory, which we've elaborated on in the previous cross-examination, so not much point bringing this back up for now. But I assure you, that garment is solely with the victim's blood. Well, it is solely with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winniebank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Moverton's blood from when McGilvin stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor of my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So you're saying you have critical evidence on your person? So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. So you're withholding crucial evidence. Okay. Sorry, stand up and sit down again. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You were like
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. I mean, he's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming people on the door. Oh, sorry about that. I could be prone to losing my rag sometimes, not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this dude gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like crazy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, shit. My lord. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat.
Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? Shit. No, my lord. We don't have anything to even object with. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! Shit. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilden. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, McGilden had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Japanese friend? Sorry. Well, you see, about the dead speaking, if we can kind of fast forward like 100 some years, and 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilden's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bodily disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. One of those games that you exercise the ghost of the power of law. Basically. How do you determine whether the blood on that overcoat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope can help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... We use Mr. Strauss' Mr. Strauss is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? You proverbially bitch slap a ghost back to hell by pointing out how badly they suck. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. That it was the accused who shot the victim in this case that is the whole truth. Yeah, we're fucked. My lord, we no long battled this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Oh, Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men! All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Sholmes! Sholmes, burst through the door, please!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, shit. You hate these jurors? Oh yeah. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions, being equally
successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? Hold it! There. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Who this? Oh. Oh my god! Oh, shows, you crafty bastard! Oh my god. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You delivered the report now, that will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Oh! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly! Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time! As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out? Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and oversight by my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Lunch? What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting as fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the clear, dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? Ah. What's this? Oh. It's the machine I made! Ah! Meow. Wait. How is this gonna play into this now? Wait. What is that? I call it the cat flapper-mat. It can make a cat flap for a furry little friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sutter muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I'm a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in the pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Susanoo-san used this cat flap on that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. Hold on, give me a minute. Woo! Those Mr. Steve look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They made a special ally developed just for this job. My cutter rotates 10 times per second so I can get through any door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching the hinges of the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapper is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Nothing else I can kinda glean from here? Wait, let me... Wait, did I really not notice? Oh. Did I really not notice that? That the peephole was made... afterwards? Wait, how the fuck did I not... Wait. How did I... Wait. Did I not think about that when I looked at this beforehand? Wait, what? You never noticed that? I thought I... Wait. I thought I saw this, or wait, did I like notice it but didn't have, or think that my eyes were playing tricks on me or something? Wait a second. We're out of time already? I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. That won't be necessary. But any attempt to alter the verdict now will be utterly futile. In your defense, you had a cutscene in your head instead. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes! The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... Give me time to think. Okay, so I'm assuming just, actually, will they even give us further cross-examination at this point? In the cutscene, and the people on handle, and stuff like that? Yeah. But like, wait. So obviously we're not doing summation examination. I think Time to Think is just bullshit. But like, I don't think Van Zieks will give us the opportunity to request further examination after all the jurors change their leanings to guilty. So would it actually be time to think so we can actually... No, it wouldn't be time to think, like we don't have any more time. Or that's like what they tell us. With either one of these, they have good reason to deny us. Like Time to Think was like, no, we're out of time. Like cross-examination, all the jurors read guilty, and the prosecution wouldn't want us to waste any more time. And summation examination, well, we don't need to. So that means it has to be one of these. Unless, like, I guess we just do the, I mean, the way I'm thinking about this is either we take the time to think, to look at what the, Flapomat will actually do, and then actually, spot the difference in these two pictures with the flap on the door here, and the lack thereof. So that's why I think, like, if we're going with the time to think direction. Or we go with a cross-examination, if we're allowed it, to continue to press Grayson about him. Oh, because he made the testimony about the flap at the door, or something about the door flap, I think. So then that will be another avenue to go down. They're basically like kind of like two routes to the same thing, but then it's just like on which choice I have the best justification to ask for more of the court's time and all that. So I think, I mean, probably proper procedure, and you know, there's nothing you can really get from this, so then probably cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
Yeah, immediate objection. Like that's what I saw right away. A new witness, you say? No. We have the witnesses right here. The jurors have spoken. Protocol indicates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that rather important details escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Oh yeah, we interrupted the... Temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. So, nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to follow it. This is absurd! I kind of forgot about that detail. So wait, you're telling me the judge... Actually no, the judge himself didn't say he would pass judgment just yet, right?
Obviously, he knew that he'd still want to continue the cross-examination that was suspended, right? I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Oh my god, Sholmes. I know, like, he barely has the strength after recovering from his surgery. But did he have to flail around like that violently before falling? They didn't bother making a separate animation. Do you know how much less effort it would be for him to just stand up straight and then just simply fall down instead of just flailing? All you have to do was get his model to snap his arms and legs together and then just have him tilt down toward the floor. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insultingly before the court in a state of high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well done, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined. Excuse me. You may resume the cross-examination. Ooh. Oh. This final music though. So I think we need to press them on the third, or not press, sorry. We cannot press anymore, we have to show. So the third statement is what we need to use. His lordship is only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. But it's clear what that piece of evidence should be. How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery. Yes, at least that's what Mr. Sholmes said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulkin brothers. What possible reason could Susato-san had to use Iris' contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the Catflapper mat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on? So wait, There's one thing that's kind of bugging me. It's like, how the hell did Susato run in to make the flap while Iris is tending to Mr. Sholmes? Or, although, like, I guess in her shock, she would have just focused on nothing but keeping Mr. Sholmes alive, since she was under the assumption the bullet went through him. So wait, there's no one else, right? Because the two guys ran off, and also, Grayson ran off as well. Ryunosuke ran off, so that just leaves Iris and Sholmes. Gina inside was unconscious, and Windy Bank was already dead. I guess Susato must have been just really quiet on running in, making that hole in the door, and then just running the hell back into the suite. So, okay, hold on. No, I don't show this yet, but okay, because I think I was about to, I was gonna have the wrong idea. I think they want me to show this, which has no flap, right over here. So I think, okay, that it's obvious, but yeah. Celtics on sale? Ooh.
Objection!
Are you fucking kidding me? So, was I supposed to show the cat flap-o-mat? Come on! Please? Okay, fine. Okay. Don't mind me, I'm being dumb. Imagine game punished me for save scumming the answer. I mean, that would just make this game extremely extremely irritating to play. Because I don't want to go through all of the animations of, like, you have wasted enough of the court's time to pronounce the defendant guilty, and then the fast zoom out with the doors closing, and then going through the prompts to reload the scene. I'm like, just let me reload straight back. So I was just supposed to present the flap-o-mat then?
Objection!
Oh, so it was the flap-o-mat. Like, come on. We could at least show the picture to show that, wait. So you're saying you looked at that peephole when there was no peephole in the door during 1 a.m. Like, and then we can just segue to the cat flap-o-mat. Worst the series does is make the first line of dialogue so generic, you can't immediately tell if you're right or wrong. For me, I would say like 80% of the time, you would know you're right when the music stops. That's when you know you're actually right. So then, the moment the music still plays, you're like, well, shit. Although, I'm not gonna say that's 100% the case, so that, you know, there's always some small exceptions when the music still keeps playing. But for the most part, the game signals you that you actually got the right evidence by just the stopping music. What on earth is that eccentric contraption console? Ooh, it's my cat flap-o-mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. You can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating a so-called, cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Get a single piece of new evidence before the new statement's obvious what you have to present. Though you were stuck on this part for 10 minutes thinking over every line. I mean, yeah, it was pretty obvious after, like, they wanted me to present that, but at the same time, it's like, you can also reasonably, like segue, like, with this. It's like, hey, wait, so you're talking about the flap at the door, but it's not there. It's like, what do you mean? It was there, when I witnessed the crime. But then, how was the thing made? Well, hello to this little thing here. Like, I kind of wish there were, like, slightly more routes to arrive at the same answer. Like, I guess, like, I don't know, you could argue the argument wouldn't hold up if it wasn't presented in the right order or way, I guess, but at the same time, it's like, it's the same idea. It's like, come on. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? So maybe alternatively you could present a photo before the one evidence presented thing started? I don't know either. Of course it doesn't! To start with, there was no cat flap, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described this function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybanks had taken place. Oh, that's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Mr. Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Oh. Okay, so I kind of take back what I accidentally said before. I kind of forgot that Susato ran with us. For some reason, I was under the assumption that she stayed back for whatever reason. Okay, I kind of forgot that detail, my bad. Your assistant did what? There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself, in order to see the inside of the locked storeroom. That's ludicrous! What are you trying to say? Of course there's a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce! Are you suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not exist in the door, There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Oh. Order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can even cut through the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I won't believe it for a second. Well, can we test out the doors behind you? Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Maggie, Gooey, time for dinner. Wait, when did she make that? Wait, when did she make that? Although, I remember that she brought in the cat. I'm like, wait, I was like, was the cat just here for fun? No. Oh my god. This is too much for my small brain. They're playing 4D chess while I'm just playing checkers. Well... Oh! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the old paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that people in the storeroom in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap map creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people on Windy Banks are an exact match. Oh! Oh, it's Silky is lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned students' friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of the argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Photographs. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Oh, Counsel. Oh, don't give up now, Runa. This is a time to create your opening and force your way through. Let the music continue. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susanoo-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. Counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windy Big Stone was created after the event and not before. So the 1 AM one now.
Take that!
What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again. Rune glue slam. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
the necessary proof is this photographic print console. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Oh! Mr. Graydon, you couldn't have possibly witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole on the door. Oh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Oh! Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no! Keeps going. Yeah, I mean, that's how all, like, case 5s go in Ace Attorney games. When the big bad of the game is cornered, they find any excuse, and the prosecution helps them no matter what to try to find them like a smaller offense to incriminate themselves with, to avoid being incriminated of the biggest offense every single time. And it keeps going and going, as is tradition, as annoying as it is. But they're right, as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's a culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runa? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that must have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... Okay, hold on.
So wait, should be okay. Just guessing before I just reconfirm this. The bloodstains. Because if she was on this side, although if we look through the people, then maybe then they show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely. Because, like, the people we already kind of talked about, so it would either be... or... okay, so then... You shouldn't have known something. So, okay, let's see. So then... At this time... Gina and... Windy Bank were at the counter. At which point... They went in, and then Gina basically just wanted to find the manuscripts, and that's it. And then Windy Bank said, "Hand me the gun," because they hear people entering the main room of the pawnbrokers. So then, with gun in hand, like, he encountered the trio, and then I would make the assumption that Windy Bank shot his gun and through the arm of... what was it? Through the arm of Grayson, and then during the scuffle, let's see, tossed Ringo over the counter, and Nash was probably following quickly behind. And then Windy Bank, in his desperate attempt to run, fled and then was shot by the third gun. Or was it the third gun? Or actually, it would have been second at the time, because I think we would be under the assumption of Skulkins. So then, shot through the back. Gina quickly locked the door. Gina then locked the door. One, two. So... would it be the... although, with the bloodstains, like, this is... Grayson going, the girl shot... shouldn't have known anything about the bloodstains. Although, nothing was mentioned about the bloodstains on the coat. And then... oh, hold on. I know, like, at this point I boiled it down to a 50-50, but I really want to see if I can, like, actually work my way to the answer instead of just saying F it. I believe it's this. Wait, even your...
Wait. Even your maybe 2 hours estimation was incorrect? Yeah! Skulkins. We're gonna be here till 4 a.m. Yeah! Or more. Oh boy. A third gun? Oh, okay, at this point, even though I laid out the timeline, okay, wait. One last look before I throw my hands up trying to choose either one. So, okay. Gina and Windy Bank inside. Windy Bank checked. I assume he fired the gun. Ringo over the counter. Windy Bank held down. Windy Bank ran in. And so at the time we only know of the Skulkin's revolver. And the third gun we should know nothing of yet. Although wait, did Grayson make mention of that third gun, or he did, right? But then would it be? I think it'd be the third gun then. The third gun.
Objection.
Shit. Okay, look, about that 50-50. I've been studying English hard since I was a child! Okay, don't mind me. Has admitted to removing the gun. How could he not know? Okay, look, lapse in judgment, okay? Admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself. Oh. Shut up. All that talk. Send the bloodstains. The bloodstains that were present on Mr. Strahd's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the people and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. But it's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Okay, shut up, Haskell. That smug aura of that emote, it mocks me. Rightfully so. Look, it's almost 4 in the morning. That's my excuse. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people on the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has a cat got your tongue, witness? The people on the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Option 2 would have worked there too. Oh. Because I thought we already talked about that fact that it wouldn't be, that wouldn't be the exact answer. Oh, okay. Since that time, the police have been at Windy Banks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course.
The place is chock full of pawn articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence formed the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh, he's trying to run away, dude. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Gregson, stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony, as in the person he was whispering with. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Gregson, you fucked up. But let me save just in case somehow I don't realize this. Don't mind me. Gregson, you fucked up.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Gregson's the culprit now? No, not the culprit, but basically, yeah, collaborator, that's the word I'm looking for. Because during one of the earlier cross-examinations, when I pressed, what was it? I think when I pressed... I forget who I pressed, but during a cross-examination, I pressed someone, and then, what was it? Grayson and Graydon and Gregson were both whispering to each other secretly. Or not so secretly, but they were whispering with their backs turned to the court when I was pressing someone, and I pursued it, saying, "Hey, what are you two talking about?" And I was like, "Oh, nothing." I was like, "You're secretly whispering as I'm pressing someone about some stuff that's probably irrelevant to the trial, right?" Like, yeah. Oh, I was pressing Gina? Oh, okay. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. Not an inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress
that he received the information so that he commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only other person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away the details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Bullshit. Oh, I just remembered something, Runa. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime, that's it! It was during that testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with the witness will be considered a gross case of, malfeasance? Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in accusations is this, Japanese student's, specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense to now present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Yes, evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Runa, you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together. the music disc. Together in this puzzle. As if they couldn't highlight it enough by joining all the dots. Ooh. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? I swear, if it isn't the music box disc, I'll go flip my table.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article right here? Furious save mashing. Look. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeder Noah could you? We discovered during the course of this trial a music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGilden. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at the same time. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windy Banks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, it's mine. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGill, it has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilden was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't sure of that myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean? Eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Grayson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc already on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grigsby hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware on the precipice of which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, how a visiting student makes such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Rina because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson will have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Well, very well, Consul. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects? Withdraw, search someone else. So, assuming he had it on the entire time, Gregson was here the entire time, and he was only talking with Grayson, so then we would just search him instead, right? But then he would be the one to have the disc and then handed it to him if we were to go by that line of thought, but then... No, it wouldn't make sense if he was the one to keep holding on to it. Unless he just wanted to hide it, knowing ahead of time he'd be called upon for a body search. Or would this just be a thing of... this wouldn't be a thing of withdrawing the request. Like, we need to find something. So, with the game just making it so obvious, I was like, yeah, sure, go search me. He's like, what? Wait, but shouldn't you be worried? He's like, oh. So, just because they made the deal doesn't mean that this wasn't, was traded just yet. Maybe? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands a search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Japanese stubbornness may very well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson would do you some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspectors of...
Objection!
Slap. Wait, the defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You've been completely irrational. Rabble, 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 rabble. Be quiet, all of you. Iris. Bruno's doing all what you told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Invoking the British way, okay. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? No, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the findings I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it could be. Counsel, of whom you request the search now. Calling national pride into account. Okay, well, am I okay, but am I being too hasty with this, or it should be him? Because there's no way those brothers would. There's no way they would be trusted with it. Although, no, Gina doesn't have it anywhere because she handed it to the inspector.
Take that!
Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands that he'd be searched at once. Very well. I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. Well, shit. So a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. After a few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual. Was it Gina? Swing and a miss. Well, shit. I was like, that would have been my second guess. Think again. Yeah. No, so what? No, let's cross out Gina. Jones, about that caramel bar.
Take that!
My lord. I just wanted to do that. I just wanted to do that for fun. Your second guess was correct. It's not making fun of me.
Take that!
Yeah, I know. Okay, okay, this one I'm gonna just trial and error it. Clearly it's the cat. The Russian military man. Because we're already labeling someone else, and apparently Graydon doesn't have it on him. Oh, fuck it.
Take that!
Nah, it's... Oh, God. Can't think straight right now. And then... I mean, that really wouldn't leave us, like, much left at this point. Would it actually? Remember everything? Who would possibly have... Because we said we want to search someone else, so obviously not Gregson,
Grey Dawn doesn't actually have it on him. So, I mean, I guess it's...
Take that!
No. Okay, no. Oh, well, no, don't save it here. Okay, I'm just gonna try there because I can't think straight right now. I really can't remember the details. Like, second... Especially odd outbursts. I know you guys are just hinting at this really hard, even though I've kind of eliminated most of the people here already.
Take that!
Nah. Okay, just fuck it, dude. Why would you?
Take that!
I guess the wrong brother, goddamn. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Although, wait, it hasn't crossed my mind. Like, how did he get into his pocket? Wait, how did he... that's the thing I'm not connecting right now.
Hold it!
Please, my lord! Inspector! Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Oh. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Know nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh. Oh. Just hanging on at this point. Mr. Skulkin, what do you have to say for yourself? Go to Bennett, I mean just go to Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. Oh, the moment where you just shook him up and down. I completely forgot about that. Oh. Yeah, that completely left my mind. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night,
wasn't by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket. I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. That was me noggin that was gonna fall clean off. I did. I was wishing I'd be born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't even got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. On the Blaze Ninja mentioned the third gun when he got down to the station, that's what he said. Yeah, they're right down my hero, he did. My ear's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Grayson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it? You! I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pockets? This is a court of law. He should have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear that my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself has revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on a QT strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, this information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mrs. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? I admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I'll admit. Oh my god. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All this is all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. Bruh. How long can you keep denying? Withholding evidence is a crime, is it not? Not in this universe. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I would declare that this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Even if it means lying under oath. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I ever encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, and I'm quite sure, in service, one becomes a good judge of character. Bruh, come on. You're gonna say Gina's guilty just because, oh, he's lying for the sake of the country. It's like, you're willing to let people just lie freely in a court of law? Come on. The public's okay with that, and then the whole justice system's a fucking sham. It's been a sham. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. And as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Oh my god. Detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this I cannot say. It was always a sham, yeah. I can't believe it. Those 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson? If they declare the decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to provide some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof Graydon killed Mr. Winniebank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Now that the judge called on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Fiercely saving. Also, let me go do something real quick. Man, I really should have taken this case to another session at night, cause there's some things I'm worried about right now with it being this late. But I might as well commit. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? What do you mean leave it to the jury? Stole those government secrets, forced Gregson into admitting he struck a deal. You know, like, we've had this fucking thing the whole time, dude. What the fuck could be in here that Sholmes doesn't want us, or doesn't want Iris to know, or the world to know about? But then it's like, okay, what haven't we presented yet? Like, there's a small box that we still haven't done. We still haven't used the second disc, but then that's about it. Am I really gonna leave it to the fucking jury? Leave it to the jury to announce their leanings. Because they're already leaning, or at least from what we can judge. Yeah, like they're all putting their faith in Gregson's word that's like, oh, I might be committing perjury, but it's for the good of the country, right? Like, oh yeah, we're okay with that. What evidence? What other evidence do I have to show to either of them? Aside from, I don't know, the fucking music box of the second disc, or whatever, or this fucking manuscript. Okay, honestly, I'm just guessing here.
Like, I'm pretty sure leaving it to the jury is just a sure loss, but fuck it, dude. It's so late right now. I can't possibly decide this. I think. No, Runa. Yeah, so we're gonna get wall bars. Need to pick the most. You're also stuck in this part? Oh my god, bad news. No. But thou must. So it really does come down to that 50-50. It does come down to that 50-50. Your money's on Graydon. Evidence that Graydon shot and killed Windy Bank, or stole government secrets, or show proof and force Gregson to admit that he had to lie under oath. Or not lie under oath, like admitting to the deal. Fuck. Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. The final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he struck with Graydon. Wait, do I show the music box or the... it's the music box, isn't it?
Take that!
Yeah, okay, music stops. Okay, thank you. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box console? Yes. With the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this console. Oh wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. Oh. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones, because the defense believes that the second disc contains a second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm the theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here! If you let the whole court report hear confidential information like that, it's treason. So then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect these state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad! You let that secret information out in the public domain. You'll be making the enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. If you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul you were determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now.
I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music, or as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with a second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. No! Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after that recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept... I suggest you accept our information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable. Will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the cases that should have put him up in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoats. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongfully accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybag. You. Ooh. Traitor! Oh dear God. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Tron never really did let the brakes off. Man, the one time it did, I really should have stopped the stream so we can continue this another time because it's almost 5 in the freaking morning. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. 2 hours max, my ass. You're scared to start the second game? I thought you were about to say that you're scared of me starting the second game, so we have a repeat of my blunders here tonight. But then he decided to try this, but then he decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. You may have underestimated the trial a bit. 2 hours max. You'll learn when Twitch chat says a game only has X amount of time left, they're wrong. Always add 2 hours on what they say. Not wrong. I love the 2 hours max meme. Because my throat, I ran out of water, but I haven't gone out for water break. My throat, my vocal cords are at its limit. I might have to just not stream tomorrow or next time. My vocal cords will feel very strained this next morning. Although it is the morning already, it's almost 5 or 6 in the morning. It's on how do you pronounce that name? Wasn't it hard for you to estimate you weren't narrating and skipping through the text as you were reading quickly? Yeah, there's always that assumption. When it comes to like story-heavy games, especially on a stream setting, double or triple that estimate because everyone will always be speed reading. But then you have me, and also making blunders on my deductions. So yeah, like there's always this like huge additional pressure on me to not fuck it up. But then because of that additional pressure on my mind, like a lot of details slip from me, like when Gregson was shaking down Nash Skulkin, that I completely forgot that existed. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Also overthinking? Yeah. I wanted to drown them out. With more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. You're a fiend with a choir talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilden would buy them for a handsome sum. And I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office. It was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. It's how easy it is to succumb. You surely must have realized the seriousness of the crimes you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him even when I was still a child. Given McGilder was Irish, do you think the buyer of those secrets is known? Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music, musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I bought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. I was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he become reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Kraden. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Moverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself? When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." Ooh. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus and hand over the second disc and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. So the father was just trying to look out for his son, basically. He really was the victim, in a way. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Exact revenge? And as anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce, from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I had made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, but I spared nothing in my range 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man? Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the oh my god, that was him? What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, I hope it's not convenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. Oh, I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded uses his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Only because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winniebank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put the jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch you a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone else. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, and when we first met you at Winniebank's that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Straub written down. How did you know who you're looking for? In the trial, the pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could have seen that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some enquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and so he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait till the girl went to Winniebank's to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in his pocket. And the all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My order was to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellas' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the 2nd disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's the problem you, Rick. break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin Brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilden on the shelves of the forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pockets with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. No witnesses. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. So it struck him as he turned, as he started to run, and then he fell as he entered the storeroom. So that's kind of the angle that we're seeing there, not like him near the counter, I guess. Okay. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, but of Mr. Ashley Grayton. He has been restrained, my lord, being escorted to the yard. He was charged with the murder of Mr. Windybag and the stealing of government secrets. 8-hour trial? Yeah. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah. It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Hooray! 'Cause 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 Huh, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Except for the perjury you committed 2 months ago and had to admit to for the sake of this innocent, verdict. So... Finally, Bruno, you managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. How long is jail time for perjury? I don't know. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, but you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillicud's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillicud's coat in your jail cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Yeah? Sorry about that. It was the only way that I can get Inspector Gregson to admit what he's done, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... it's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. Huh? What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Oh, goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. Meaningless, serious, 2 different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contains a ministerial secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. We know McGillicud conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. Court, that which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. Appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. God, we had to go through the epilogue. She has a firework one. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, one-on-one talk. About time. Can I have a drink of that? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Japanese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you again, once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Japanese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though, through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Oh, should I bring a firearm? No, that's not a firearm, it's just the fireworks shooter, that's all. It's not a gun. What happened exactly? Oh, you may ask. One day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Japanese fellow, until we meet again. Last stretch, dude, 9 fucking hours. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Huh. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I have faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Get the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. I mean, life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. Well, not just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in a trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust in someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else really is an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think you have to thank I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. We're crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, Sometimes trusting someone else is, you know. Alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believe I could be? And the interruption. But, what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said, when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Ah ha ha, yes, it was me all along, you see. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles that the doctor was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them, known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. Enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Perhaps not as cold as ice, but, well, how it feel? Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Has anyone found not guilty in the trial Has anyone found not guilty in the trial he was working on ends up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilvin, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Dude, my vocal cords are actually at their very limits right now. It's getting very hard to speak. Yeah, well, they don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like, I'm upstairs. Or him upstairs. You mean like God? Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, who are rotten to the core. And at the very end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildards of this world, so I ain't scared. I got Principle C. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff. What these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. Ha 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 ha. I had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be more careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Foreshadowing. Oh, be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look I'm gonna be Noah for a while. You know the judge's patter, I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, talking, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in the law, blah blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't no offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it hasn't got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I gotta do something. Something for all them like me, from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes. Ooh! Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, recommend a simple thank you. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Oh God, my voice. Oh, I really have to speak softly now. Right, I see. Well. Thanks, Otto. Aww. Thank you for everything, what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. There it is. Finally had that smile. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well. Quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition. This show's all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway. Would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runa? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, isn't it? let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There was a record level rainfall apparently. Well, that's good news indeed. You can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? Whoop. That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. Fiercely running. But, there won't be a train, surely. You're gonna be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made it arranged for a special express. If we hurry now, we should be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. What sole? I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of, the rail transport director's foibles. What? Merely made my knowledge known to them, larger than known to the man. And he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! There's an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Well, what are we waiting for then? To London Victoria. That took someone longer than I expected. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Mrs. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not really practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Pickpocketing. To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Reno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could try to take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop later that night. You're telling me you put that in your kimono sleeve and forgot about it with how weighty it is as a device. Okay. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruto. Right.
After Mr. Naruto left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind.
Store door, you mean?
Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device I had on my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know.
So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole on the door.
By one of Hurley's red-headed recorders.
Indeed, it was one of the first, it was of the first importance of that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, information would prove to be Mr. Naruto's greatest weapon. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing.
But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes was made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier.
The trial of Magnus McGilman.
I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but even I noticed. It would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have been behind the door of the locked room. Someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have had to have been a way to see beyond the door.
Ah. For which a peephole would be a very suitable thing.
Only the peephole I made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it?
So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to that police.
Or the police.
I know, and I knew at the time that what I was doing is wrong. A criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred had you been, if you had been seen to knowingly tamper with the crime scene. So Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and Miss Lestrade's.
Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina.
And besides,
if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end.
Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Oh, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. She said that majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we're talking about a secret government communication. No doubt they're written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, as they have been intercepted. Should have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So that we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow, it's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How so funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asagi. Bruh. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asagi was the name of my best friend! What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out and played Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just don't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to its to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asagi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? You know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. And I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. Well, what can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 people's? The first is Kei Asagi. Kazuma Asagi. Why? What was his name on that disc? The second, A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Guregusen. Gregson. Thank you, Ramaji. Another reason to be scared for the second game. Oh boy. Yeah. It would appear Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What is his name doing in secret government communication as well? Suddenly politics? Hell yeah. And the last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. It's my name. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That is the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. The end of... That's all 4. Wilson. Gregson. Shin. Suki. Who is Shin? Gregson. Wilson. Is this supposed to be a list of people who are dead or plan to die or something? A hit list, or confirmation of a hit list of sorts. Because Asagi is dead. Wilson is dead from trial 1. Gregson is in deep shit. And I would assume he would be probably dealt with in some way. I have no idea who Shin is. So we have 2 out of the 4 people dead. Gregson is in some deep shit for committing perjury. And who knows what else he's connected to, being connected to this Morse code message. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention strange lists of disturbingly familiar names. Fucked up making Gregson recover a hit list with his name on it. May you speculate? Sure, you can speculate. I'll allow it. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some sort between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Oh yeah, wait. Then what about the summon to bring back Mikotoba? If this is as big as I think it is, what if Father Mikotoba isn't actually ill, and it was just a false pretense to bring her back? For whatever reason. That being, if they somehow probably predicted the possibility of Susato hearing the Japanese Morse code in the middle of the case, she would directly translate it right then and there. So then, in order to pull her away, under false pretense of her father being gravely ill, sent her a telegram to send her back effective immediately. Huh. What is going on with Father Mikotoba? And also there's that woman in the first case, that English woman in the first case, who we still don't have any answers of what her connections are. Or, what was her name again? I don't remember. So wait, what if the last case of the second game will go back to the first case of the first game? I would imagine, because like we haven't heard anything of that English woman ever since the start of the game. And she foreshadowed something about like the strained relations of Great Britain and Japan, or something like that. I don't remember case 1 that well in terms of the exact wording. Also, my body and my arms are shaking a little, or quite a bit, because I'm staying up way too late. It's 5:30 in the morning right now. So my body is actually is reaching its limits right now. So I need to finish this up and get to bed right away. Oh dear God. Like, my right arm is actually shaking quite a bit. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson. There must be a lot of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel I've rolled back a boulder rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Oh, really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Also, I can feel part of my cheek shaking a bit. Oh my god. I've been sitting for way too fucking long. Miss Susato, I had hoped you'd always, I had always hoped to have you always on my side. To guide me, and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Please don't let this go for another hour. Okay, as dumb as it sounds, my family's going to fucking kill me. That's why I hope this fucking session ended 3 hours ago, dude. For fuck's sake. Because there's something I gotta do, like, a couple hours from now. So fuck me. Really, Susie? Oh no. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm sure I'll work it out. Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. You're just considering going to bed now? The 4-hour epilogue will be back. Oh my god. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria. When I was dragged out from that wardrobe, I still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. Well, you know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were in the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Anime!
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead, Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
So if you remember correctly, there are a few lines more, cutscene, credits with some epilogue. You don't remember if there's anything after credits, so maybe there wasn't? Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Shams. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special, express train apparently. Shams? Shams? Excuse me? Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would have never made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it's all your fault. Shams! Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Sato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Say it! Say the word, Ryunosuke! Take us home! Mr. Shams. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
And there we have it. It is 5:54 in the morning, and my family is going to fucking kill me because there's something I need to do later, and I'm gonna be half fucking asleep and exhausted 3 hours from now. Fuck me. Hundreds of music boxes arrived in Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired I'd ordered, so I advertising for sale with used by Mr. Shams to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays the pittance by comparison. Oh my god. I haven't slept a wink, neither have I. This manuscript's work is due tomorrow, and I'm this busy Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Oh well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Witness, your testimony is merely contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, knows his father is an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my court order is no place for your petty arguments. You understand an alarm? A 3? Fuck. Okay, at this point I feel like I'm not gonna stream for the next 2 days. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagaha's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man bringing some kittens on board suddenly is a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Natsuki. But yeah, my vocal cords. I think I need to rest my vocal cords for 2 days. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Might be best to take a break from this long ass stream dense game anyways. Back to Legend of Heroes Trails to Azure, right? We still need to finish chapter 3. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote, now I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Bitter Black. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Only my old jailbird. I must say, battling with those bounty stairs every day has done wonders for this, dinky, peg. Managing rather well with the housework too, and blah blah blah. All of my gossiping neighbors have realized the man of this house is his own maid. I think I misread some stuff, but I can't slow down the dialogue. Man, I'm sleepy as fuck right now. Now I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. My Rolly's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, dropped Japanese and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. This is why I go to jail. Yeah. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But ours comes every day for Nada, so it ain't too boring. He's always going on about all the cases which Holmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anymore. Oh yeah, the doll. No, never mind. Hey. What a team. Raiden has the death penalty. Not gonna come back anything short of being a zombie. So is this the extended credits, I imagine?
Oh, dear God. I could barely speak. Oh, I should have skipped the rest. I feel bad for skipping credits. How long do the credits play out for? Normally I would like to let the credits play out. But yeah, it is a rare case right now where it's like 6 in the morning and I really need sleep and my voice is barely hanging on. See every character model by the end of this? Okay, fuck this shit, I'm sorry. Well, finally done. Hyper underestimating. 2 hours max. Oh, fuck me, dude. I can barely talk anymore. I really should have carried a huger bottle of water instead of this puny little cup, dude. Fuck me. I'm extremely dehydrated right now.